All right. Hey everyone. I'm Angela, and today I'm going to be running Atelier Lulua. It is the fourth game in the Arland series, so came out pretty recently, just a couple years ago. I'm going to be running through the normal ending, and I'll be doing it on Charisma difficulty. So we have 5 difficulties in this game. Easy, normal, hard, very hard, and Charisma. So Charisma's pretty tough. Yeah, 4th game of the Arland trilogy. Sorry, I was supposed to call it a trilogy. Anyways, with that out of the way, I guess I'll just start. So 3, 2, 1, go. Just have a little bit of a prologue here, introducing our main heroine, Elmarulia Frixel. Alright, can't match to this part. Is it a bit quiet? Is that better? Didn't hear a difference? Heck. Does it sound better now? Okay. Alright, now I've introduced Lua's childhood friend Eva. We're just gonna go gathering with her. So our first introduction to battling in this game makes us beat up an innocent pony. It's very tragic. Yeah, Eva has a cannon. She's very strong. Some might call it a little bit excessive, but I think it's pretty fun. Alright, we've done the battle tutorial and the gathering tutorial. Up next is our synthesis tutorial. It's basically our first time using a cauldron. Lulua is kind of a scrub. And we're going to start out making bombs like every real alchemist does. And we have successfully created explosives. Alright, I'm just gonna hit this barrel here. Just for fun. Get a bit of water. It's endlessly useful. The barrel actually isn't just for fun, it's a gameplay mechanic. This game makes you interact with one to progress. Yeah, Taru %. All right. And this here is the orphanage of the town, which is where Lulua grew up with her friend Ava. The premise of this game is that Lulua is Verona's daughter, who is the protagonist from the first game in the series, but Verona never actually had kids. And now we're going to go explore the ruins that are nearby. Ancient, super technological ruins that no one can get inside because the door is too strong. Lulua's a real girl, I promise. Yeah, in fact, Verona made like 500 kids by mistake and then turned them into pie. Judging by the fact that Lulua hasn't become a meal yet, I think we can say that she's a real girl. Submissive gathering. Walk up to the spot. And these girls quickly find out that they're way in over their heads with this battle. And this fight's a scripted loss, so just mash attack until the fight ends. There's no benefit to doing more damage here. And just as Lou is about to die, her teacher saves the day. Because her teacher isn't actually her mother, the genius alchemist. Alright, and this time... we can end it. Alright, and this about marks the end of the prologue section. But not before this book appears out of thin air and ends our protagonist's life. And into chapter 1. Alright, and here we get to meet Oral. He's come looking for Lulua's mom, actually, because he needs something synthesized. And Lulua's just like, wait, no, I can do it. So she kind of chases after him, shows him around town. Yeah, the Arland series is super frilly. Very cute dresses. It's a tradition started by Astrid like 10 years ago, and it just stuck. To go around town, meet all of our friends. All right, friends met, shopkeepers talked to. And thankfully here the game gives access to the shortcut function, so I don't have to walk everywhere. It's really nice when they give it to you early. Alright, so if you remember that book that's just sort of like assassinated our protagonist earlier, that's the one she's holding right now. And it's basically going to tell us everything we need to do to finish the game. It's a very convenient book. So right now it wants us to go to this area, right over here. We have this nice little time waster of an intro cutscene. And I have quite a bit of gathering to do here. One thing that's really, really convenient about this game, well, specifically this difficulty, is you don't need to worry about over-gathering too much because it doesn't really waste any time. Because to finish the game, we have to gather 500 total materials by Chapter 5 anyways. So there's a bit of extra gathering I have to do just to meet that quota regardless. Alright, now I'm gonna make some more bombs. And these are just going to be a bit more powerful than the previous one I made to help with some battles later. Right. And the healing salve. And now we're filling out the book. And this is something I'm going to be doing a lot, because you have to fill out a bunch of pages in this book for the main progression. Lots and lots of items to gather early game, because we need a lot of materials for later. And here I need to make sure I get 2 potatoes, which can be a bit frustrating. Looks like I got 1. There we go, 2. I almost didn't get them. If I didn't get them, I would have to reset the zone and try again. Oh no, spooky monsters. The Oral's actually like super strong. Dispatches them quite easily. There are food attacks in this game. I don't believe I use any of them. Alright, and Oral has decided to join our party to defend us while we gather materials for his request. So I'll just sort of be going through this zone. We get to the end and we realize, oh crap. We actually can't get the item we need because we need a fishing rod. Oh my gosh. I've been blocked off. That happens sometimes where you try to go through the gap in that pipe, but the fish enters and you have to go the long way. And yes, they are fish. Don't be fooled by the horns or their whale-like appearance. Alright. Also have some things to gather here. Then I'll be heading back to the Atelier to start the process of making the fishing rod we need. And here we get introduced to the request system. I'll be using this a lot throughout the game. It's basically how you get money until endgame. It's very important. The first 3 requests are always set in stone, which is really convenient, so you always get the money from them. But after that, they're completely random, so how much money you have is entirely dependent on RNG, and sometimes you just need to sleep a lot. I need some rabbit fur, so I'll take care of these rabbits real quick. So one thing that's special about this game compared to other Atelier games is it has something called the interrupt system, which your alchemist characters, they get 1 item each that you can equip to them, and you can see it in the bottom right corner. I have a craft on Lulua right now. And throughout the battle, every turn, the gauge fills up. And once it fills up all the way, you can just use that item in the middle of battle as an interrupt. So ignoring turn order and anything like that. It's very, very powerful. And it also doesn't use up the item uses, so you can just use the same item forever. It never goes away. And now I filled out this part of the book, so I can go ahead and decipher it. Have to sit through the long animation. Now I can finally make the fishing rod that we've been needing. Alright. Flip the fishing rod and head back to the spring. And here's our first, like, real tough fight against the fish. This fight can actually go badly sometimes, because it has the ability to one-shot our alchemist if we're unlucky. So I'm going to be taking advantage of stuns to skip its turns. And just generally hoping that Lulua doesn't die. I can still win if Lulua dies, but it takes a lot longer. Alright, I'm gonna guard with Lulua, because I won't be able to stun it. It attacked her, but it didn't do any damage because we were guarding. Another thing that's really useful about the interrupt system is that on this difficulty of the game, whenever you use an item, its effectiveness drops by 50% in the stacks. So if you use an item once, it'll do its normal damage, and the next time it'll do half, and after that it'll do a quarter. So it makes beating the game really tough because you lose all your damage, but interrupts are exempt from this. So it just makes the system extra powerful in this difficulty. That's only a feature of the hardest difficulty of the game. If you're playing normally, that wouldn't happen, but it's pretty rough. So I almost never use items from the basket for doing damage. And the evil fish has been defeated. We didn't actually kill it. We just sort of took its whisker and let it leave because, you know, killing is wrong. The fish didn't do anything wrong. We're just gathering materials. This is the introduction to books. You have to buy a lot of books throughout the game for recipes. So that's the first one we're buying, the gem polishing book from Ruffle. And it'll give us the polish powder recipe. After that, I can decipher this section. And finally craft the item that Oral has been waiting for. Ah. Arland gives us a bit of money. It's very nice of him. And that marks the end of chapter 1, more or less. Yeah, this game is very charming. Alright, on to chapter 2. This chapter is actually pretty long. It also has the hardest fight in the game. It'll be a while before I get there, though. Right now, I'm just gathering companions, preparing to go on an adventure with our friends. We're gonna head to Arles to meet up with Maruru. It's very exciting. Maruru being the protagonist of the game previous to this one. Gotta get some curry spice. Talk to this curry boy. And then go pick up Oral. Alright. Now Piona, Lulua's teacher, has joined the party. Which means there's another alchemist adventuring with us. The best part of that is I can give her an interrupt item. Let me just switch the formation a bit. Alright, time for our adventure. Oh, there's Windstone. Big bird. We'll find out more about him later. Lulua watching Windstone flying in the sky right as she leaves on her journey. I always think it's a Pokemon reference. It really reminds me of that first episode of Pokemon where Ash sees Ho. And now that we're on our adventure, the first thing I'm going to do is head back to where we just came from. Because I need some more materials here. Alright. So, because I'm on the hardest difficulty, enemies have a lot of HP, and they take a while to kill. So I'm going to be running from battles a lot in this game, and this is to reset the fight for fewer enemies. So in that first battle I got 2, this time I just got 1, so this is a good fight. So it actually saves time in the long run to flee and reset the battle. Just because things take so long to kill. And yeah, there's like dozens of us that speedrun these games. They're very fun. Grab that chest for material I need later. And I'm going to be doing quite a bit of gathering here. I need a lot of materials from this area. And like I mentioned earlier, doing gathering doesn't waste a ton of time. Because I do need to gather 500 total items by the second half of chapter 5. And it's actually very, very difficult to reach that threshold, so the more gathering I can do early, the better. Even if it seems a bit inefficient. And the best thing here is from this tree stump well. It's the unique ingredient ointment water. You can't get it anywhere else this early, and it has a special trait which is going to carry me through the rest of this chapter. And the chapter after as well. It's very powerful. It's a trait that adds a healing over time effects to my healing items. It's the most powerful healing effect in the game until much later. Yeah, there's not much gathering RNG. Generally you try to route so that RNG is managed more or less. Traits specifically aren't particularly rare in general outside of like super endgame traits, like post-game stuff, which you wouldn't get in a speedrun anyways. And as far as specific materials, nodes more or less always have like the same type of material. Like, so I come to these rocks and I know I'm gonna end up with phlogistons. Which I also need a lot of, so it's a good thing there's a lot of them here. I also need beehives, but I'm not getting so lucky with those. Alright, and fishing. I don't actually need any of the materials from fishing, but as part of the story progress, you have to fish 15 times. So it's something you just sort of keep track of while playing the game, and I just hit the convenient fishing pools. They're also a bit random. They give you 2 to 4 casts. This one gave me 3, so that's average. It's good. And I'll just keep track of that. Because of the inconsistency, I can't like rely on having a certain number guaranteed. Need to get some paper here. And one thing I'm going to be doing is I'm going to go to this well, and I'm actually going to gather quite a bit of water. This is because I'm looking for a specific trait that's required to clear this chapter. So I will check my basket for the trait before leaving, because I need to make sure I have it. There it is. Inflict poison. Do I have inflict burns? Yes, I do. Perfect. Sometimes you don't get those traits like at all, and it can waste 10-15 minutes depending on how unlucky you are. So getting both of them that quickly is pretty good. Alright. Oh, there's one more? Okay. That puts me at 4 casts, so 7 total. Means I need to fish 8 more times. And off to Arles to maybe find Maruru. We have this nice little intro cutscene. It lasts a while. We just sort of get to watch Kena walk around town. If you remember Kena, if you play Maruru, she's Maruru's maid and childhood friend, I guess. She has long hair now. She's grown up. She's very pretty. And Lulua just kind of murders her. And impact. Yeah, Lulua needs to watch where she's going. First the book and now this. Alright, so Maruru's not actually here, but we've received a tip about where she might be, so we're gonna head over there and check it out. Spoiler, she's not there either. Alright, I think this is the last time-wasting intro cutscene for a zone in the game. They stopped doing these for some reason. Just gonna gather the boxes because I need 1 globe sphere. Oh, I'm silly. I forgot to drop off my items. I'll go do that in a second. Whoops, time loss. It wasn't exactly her fault, but it was basically her fault. Alright, can gather here. I do need a lot of these cotton flowers. Alright, now we're at the gate. This is the border between Arles and Arland, I believe. So we need to open up this gate to get to Arland. But as you can see, it has been taken over by a very menacing pony. So we can't get through. And I guess our only option is to walk up and murder. And this battle actually takes a while because we don't have access to any equipment and the only bombs available are crafts, so these pony have a ton of HP. Thankfully they also don't do any damage. I just kind of have to make sure to distribute the damage more or less equally to make the fight a bit faster. They are incredibly resilient. Thankfully the crafts are really strong. Yeah, this one ended up with like 100 more HP than the others, so takes a bit longer. Alright, ponies have been taken care of. We can get through the gate. Supposedly. Or not. And here's Ficus. He is a mysterious character that can talk to monsters. So he kind of mediates between us and the ponies and gets them to not swarm and murder us for now. And more fishing. There's... Alright, so this pull only gave me 2 casts, that puts me at 9. Perfectly average. Time to head back, report to Kana. We could not get through the gate. Thankfully, Lulua will be able to come up with some other plans. Alright. Right. Trigger this cutscene just so I can get access to requests. I can't do that one actually because I need those materials. So it doesn't look like I can get extra money right now. I'm also going to go off and meet Pamela. Pamela is actually awful in this game, but we do have to meet her. I need to buy some books from her shop. which I don't think I can afford right now. I will probably have to rest. I don't know, I'll see. Usually I'm able to do requests right there. Oh no, I have enough. Oh no, I don't. Okay. Yeah, so I just need to go back to the Atelier and sleep for a bit. And try requests again. Good. Alright. I'm just going to check my container real quick and make sure I know where my traits are. I have burns on a phlogiston, good. And now I can decipher all these pages in the book. And this will give me a lot of recipes. This one gives me a bomb recipe. This one will give me a recipe for curry, which is Lua's favorite food. It's also my favorite food. I love curry. So I have like a spiritual connection with Lulua. Hence, I love this game. And there is a lot of stuff in this book to uncover. The animations kind of just take forever. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and make a bomb here. I need to make 2 of them. Okay. I'm gonna make the yellow supplement with inflict poison. And the blue supplement can just have whatever. Sorry, not that. Wait, my alchemy level is lower than it's supposed to be. I don't actually know why. Alright, time to equip those bombs I made. They're much better than the crafts I had before. I forgot to do one little thing earlier, so I'm just gonna go do that real quick. Alright, good. It's nighttime. It needs to be nighttime here because that's when wolves spawn. I need to fight some wolves for progress in Alchemy at all. 2. Okay. Gonna run. There we go. The bombs are very strong against these wolves. As you can see, it did over 100 damage when everything else hits for 20 to 50. That's because they're weak to fire damage. So it's pretty convenient that I get access to bomb before I have to fight these. But they still have a ton of HP. Doesn't look like I can get to the other side of that bridge right now. Alright, maybe I can sneak through. Yeah. Alright, now our party is just heading to this castle. This is the Puni base. And we're just gonna find out how to reason with them. See if we can strike a deal. This castle also has a lot of very nice materials, so I'll be taking advantage of that. And yeah, like I said earlier, there's no such thing as overgathering in this game, because I have to do a bunch anyways. It's required for progression. But normally when you're playing Atelier games, you only gather the bare minimum. So it's kind of nice that Lulua is a lot more lenient in that sense. Oh look, we're friends. And so now Lulua has come up with a brilliant idea to try and synthesize something that translates the Puni language so that we can understand it. Getting more materials. Alright. I have a bunch more things I can actually go through and decipher. It's hard to see while I'm playing the game, but a lot of the stuff I'm doing is all for progress on the tasks in this book. Actually, it looks like I'm missing something. I don't remember what it is. Oh, I didn't get that. Okay. No wonder. Yay, barrel. Yeah, I'm actually going to be making that barrel. It's going to be very useful. First, I need to get to Alchemy level 10. Alright, one more item. It is indeed for curing it. It's a healing item. The migraine syrup is. Alright, now that I'm level 10, I can just sort of go ahead and make a bunch of things, including healing salves, which are very useful, because otherwise I will die on the fight coming up shortly. I need to make quite a few of them. Alright, one more. Then I'll also make the barrels. For the barrels, I'm giving them the traits Inflict Burn and Inflict Poison. These traits will apply ailments that do damage over time. Oh gosh, I didn't get enough Ica. I'll have to go gather some of that real quick. Did not realize I didn't have enough. It's pretty unlucky. But yeah, the burn and the poison ailments actually do much more damage at this point of the game than I can do with skills or items. So they're very strong. Whoops. Alright, I've got my barrels made. Now I made the penny drop. This is our story item. With this item, Lulua will be able to talk to Penny. We can finally negotiate. Just gonna go ahead and equip those barrels. And also all of the healing salves. Ugh. I also made a mining bomb. The mining bomb will let me blow up rocks. First off, I'm going to use it here to blow up these rocks and get this chest behind them. And this chest just has armor in it. Normally you wouldn't really need that, but without it, Lulua just dies. It gives her like 20 HP, which is necessary so she can tank hits from the boss fight coming up. Oh gosh, I don't want to get hit by that. I am also in here because not only do I need to do some gathering here, there's another piece of equipment I can get here. Oh gosh. But it can be kind of hard to navigate around the enemies in here sometimes, especially because the terrain, like, sort of lies about where the invisible walls are. So it's very, very easy to hit them. So they're also called Aika and Zettel in the Japanese versions as well. These games use German a lot. I believe that's German. That's what I'm assuming. Alright. Equipping that armor I got. I'm gonna give this ring to Oral. And I'm going to go ahead and make a safety save here. And just head straight into the boss fight. Basically, we're trying to communicate with these Puni, but the big scary Puni doesn't like that. Big scary Puni does not like humans and attacks us, so... Yeah, there he is. Puni Black. And so this is one of the harder fights in the game. On Charisma, it has like 2000 HP, is immune to a lot of things, or sorry, strong against a lot of things, and just does a lot of damage. And in general, this fight is just like very, very RNG heavy. It's possible for it to stun your entire party, like stun lock your entire party, and there's nothing you can do about it. So, if you get stun locked, you lose immediately. It's very unfortunate. Luckily, that doesn't happen that often. Alright. We'll guard here and get the stun. But yeah, thankfully I've applied ailments to it, burn and poison, which helps the damage a lot. And I also have some very, very strong healing salves. Yeah, as you can see, that did a lot of damage to Lulua. If I didn't have the armor I picked up for her, she would have gone down to like 10 HP. So far this fight is going pretty well though. It's about halfway done. And I'm getting lucky on the attacks. The Ignis Ray attack is single target, so it's actually one of the better attacks for it to use. But the boss also has some area attacks which do a lot of damage. Oh, Piana's out of MP. Nice. Still getting lucky. And even though everyone's at full HP, I still need to get my healing salve buff up on them, just to restore MP as well. Puny pressure, that's fine. It's an area attack, but it's not the scary one. The scary one's called Whiteout, and it's an ice-based attack, which has a chance to inflict sleep. And sleep is an ailment that basically stuns your characters. But that alone is not the scary part. The real scary part of sleep is that it makes you take double damage the next time you're attacked. So if you get unlucky and it puts sleep on like your entire party, you just automatically lose. Anyways, that was a really good fight. Probably one of the best ones I've had for that boss. Thankfully nothing went wrong. Alright, I need it to be morning here. Actually, wait. I keep forgetting, like, 6 isn't morning, it's more like 8. I'll just be fighting one of these demons. Darn, I got 2. I hope I can run. Alright, good. It's okay. I'm still very far away from chapter 6. This demon is basically a cakewalk compared to the puny I just fought. Thankfully. Still has quite a bit of HP though. Alright, pretty good. Barrels are very good. I will be using barrels for quite a while. Now we're just letting Kana know that we we solved the puny threat. The gate is open once again. But we still haven't met Maruru. That's the whole reason we came here. Suddenly the gate is open. Yay. Yeah, I'm glad too. Barrel isn't like... It's generally not a super great usable item in a lot of the games, but it's quite strong here. And off to Arland. And chapter 3 begins. We're basically here to meet up with Lulua's mom, Verona, if we can find her. Verona kind of just like does her own thing. And now we're meeting Leonella. Leonella is a character from Verona. And she's going to give me lots of money. Please. Alright, that's good. There's money. No more money. Okay. Means I probably don't have enough money right now. Right here is Wild. He is the successor to Ixel's Cafe. Ixel's not actually in this game. Yeah. Alright, I'll have to come back for that book later. Right, it's fun to meme about who Lulua's father is, but if you want an actual answer, she's adopted. So her parents are unknown. Alright, get this book. And I have more alchemy riddle to decipher. And that is, well, now I have fully filled out chapter 2. And it gives me the nectar recipe and a little bit of alchemy experience. The nectar recipe is going to be very useful here in a moment, but it's a little bit off. I'm really tempted to click on this poll, but I know I can't. Alright, equipping that key I just made. That'll let me open a chest in a moment. It's a very valuable chest. It's worth about 3,600 coal, which is more coal than I've had in the game up to this point. Who did I want to click? I can't even see the options. And here we see Stark, not Lulua's father. In fact, look, she's scared of him. Now we're at Arona's Atelier. Turns out she's not here. Who could have guessed? I'm also gonna go gather some water, because I need it. Oh, right. Okay, that's fine. But who do we meet here? The one alchemist we haven't been looking for. It's Tottori. And Lulua is just like a total fangirl. She's basically like the best self-insert protagonist. Because she just fangirls over all the previous protagonists. And Tottori is like... She basically grew up into a total bully. And she's sending Lulua to go to Orthogalaxin, which is a very dangerous ruin. And she does some other mean things to Lulua throughout the game. And here we have the second hardest fight in the game. It's hard for the same reasons that Puny Black is hard. It's just pretty RNG heavy. Right, I totally forgot. Okay. And it uses the same, like, bad skill that the Black Puny uses. it's this AoE skill that can put my party to sleep, so. If you get unlucky on that, it'll just wipe you and there's nothing you can do about it. Alright, it's stunned. I will skip that turn then. Thankfully, playing around stuns this early is very useful. If you're lucky with turn order, you can kind of stun lock them. I probably can't rely on the stun there. It'll come out of the stun. Too many turns in between. But so far this is looking good. Frosty Scratch, that's fine. It won't kill. Alright, please no whiteout. Good. That's exactly what I want to see. Just get healed up. Staying topped off is pretty important. Nice stun. Alright, very nice. God, I'm so happy nothing went horribly wrong in this fight. I know that made it look easy, but like, you can die there for sure. And yeah, barrels are a bomb. We throw barrels at the enemy, they explode. Enemy takes damage. It's great. Oh gosh, Lulua is about to die again. This girl needs to stop getting into trouble. And she's saved. Barrel. I do have a fair amount of gathering to do here. I need a lot of the materials from this area. There's this gold puni here. I won't be fighting it now, but later. Oh darn, I only got 2 casts from that pool. I was hoping to get at least 3. That may lose some time later. That puts me at 11 total out of the 15 I need. Need a lot of wheat. A little bit more wheat. Can never have too much wheat, honestly. Alright. This should be about it. Alright, tree root, good. And Ficus has joined our party. This guy is so sketchy. He's really useful though. I'm glad he joined. Alright, so the main task I have here is I need to get my alchemy level to 15. So I'm just going to do that real quick. I also need to make a craft of decent quality, which is pretty easy. So just a little bit of grinding. Where is my... Oh, right. I know. I need money. Overall, I've been having not great request RNG. Which I'm not really used to. How much do I have? Alright. Just need about 100 more, so one more request that I can turn in. Alright, good. Alright, I'm just gonna finish my leveling up by making a ton of hay. And this is one of the reasons that having all that wheat comes in handy. And level 15. Alright, and after this task I now have access to awakened effects, which are like the most interesting part of this game synthesis system. You can do a lot of interesting things with them. And I'll start preparing for the next boss. This requires quite a bit of synthesis because the boss is pretty tough. Let's make a little bit more. Hey, fielder. Oh wait, I need a yellow supplement. I'm silly. Did I use too much winding grass? Possible. Yes. Crap. I thought I had more than that. Alright, back here. Whoops. I just need a few. Shouldn't take that long. I probably got unlucky gathering them the first time and didn't notice. Wait, why isn't this working? Oh. Duh. Alright. Was that the one? Yeah. And so this medicine base I just made has quantity +2 on it. So whenever I use it to craft something, I get 2 extra. Which is going to come in very handy for these items. Especially this nectar. Which I'm going to be making 5 of total. I also need to make purple supplements. And a few more healing salves, because I didn't get enough earlier. Actually, I definitely don't have enough money still. So I guess I'll check requests again. Still nothing. This request RNG has been pretty crappy. It's not the one I'm looking for. I can do this one. There's one specific request I'm looking for which gives a lot of money. And it's generally pretty common. But for some reason it's not showing up, so it's gonna keep resetting. There it is. Yeah, that's like 3,000 coal. And now I can make gear, create weapon. I'm silly. Or not. Alright, this tank, this one. Alright, perfect. This weapon is very strong for this point in the game. It has like plus 50 attack. And it's basically the only reason I'm going to be able to beat the boss coming up in a reasonable amount of time. This fight still isn't reasonable. It's like the longest fight in the game. Alright, barrels. Let's just equip nectar for safety. And right, switch my party. And I'll make a safety save here as well. And this is probably the first, considered the first like real boss of the game. This dragon. Usually Atelier games don't make you fight dragons this early, but here we are. Lulua is just that good. It is weak to ice damage, so I spent a lot of time preparing items that do ice damage. Yeah, Eva just gets in the way. Yeah, this dragon's super, super early. It also has about 8,000 HP, which, if you look at the numbers on the damage I'm doing, 8,000's a lot. So. Alright, let's get some healing out. Alright, maybe I can stun it here, if I'm lucky. Nice. So Ficus is pretty weird as a character. His attacks are pretty strong, but he has a mechanic. Like, all of his attacks use cards, right? So he has a mechanic where you need to shuffle your deck every once in a while. Otherwise, you can't do any attacks. So he basically loses turns. A lot of people don't like using him because of that, but for the speedrun, he does enough damage this early in the game to be useful. And also, while this fight is pretty long, I mean, the boss has like 8,000 HP, right? It's actually really safe. It's easier than the other fights I've had up until now. It just takes a while. I'm getting there. Almost halfway. Oh, did I mess up? If it attacks Ficus, it's a problem. Alright, good. Alright, nice little stun here. I'll just guard, because I don't want to break the stun. Oh, it broke on its own anyways. Bad luck. Alright, about halfway there. Oh, this bomb's gonna break the stun, isn't it? That's fine. Ow. There's a lot of damage. It's alright, that's what healing items are for. I can use that there. I probably need to start being a little bit more conservative on heals, though. Yeah, the dragon doesn't do a crazy amount of damage. It's basically a sponge. Just a big old damage sponge. Ow. And like that attack does a lot of damage. It's alright. I can heal up. That's fine. I don't need to stun it. Ow. It's super close now. I have like 1,500 health left. Yeah, I'll do a barrel. One thing that's very nice, you can see right now at the top, all my characters have like this green bar that's filled up. That's the stun gauge. And if it gets to full, they skip a turn, but Lulua has a skill that just heals all of it. It's very convenient. Without it, this run would be a lot harder. Just gotta keep throwing ice bombs. $600 HP left. Alright. There we go. Ooh, rare drop. Very nice. Double rare drop. That actually makes the rest of the game way better. That has like a, I want to say 12% chance of happening to get the rare drop there. It's a dragon eye, which is a very useful ingredient. And we spent all that effort beating the dragon, and Toturi and Stark had to come save the day anyways. It's a little bit bittersweet, right? And this will be the end of chapter 3. Getting ever closer to the dreaded chapter 6. Yeah, it's too bad Toturi and Meru are DLC. But with the story of the game, they don't really make sense as party members, at least. Whoops. What am I doing here? Oh, right. Okay, this is fine. Yeah, I'm pretty excited for Ryza 2. The stream tomorrow should be fun. Oh, I need a red supplement. Darn it. Why am I always out of these things? Alright, more story progress. Now I get the recipe for the barrel bomb. This barrel's red. It's even more powerful. And of course I make it right away. Completely maxing out its stats as well. I also have access to registering now, which means I can give Chim Dragon some items and he'll duplicate them, which is incredibly convenient. Fortunately, I don't have enough money to buy my things, so I do need to go do more requests. Hopefully I can get final push again, because that'll be enough money. I guess I can do Orgazer. Hopefully that's good enough. Alright, I want 4 of these. Oh yeah, I have enough. Okay. Then I need some of these medicine bases, some of this tank. Alright. And in one of the silliest parts of the entire game, we're here to blow up the door that no one has been able to get past for years. Because apparently it's just that weak. Or maybe the barrel bomb is just that powerful. I don't know. Whichever explanation you prefer. Boom. And the door is in shambles. And what do we find? Obviously a very cute girl. A very hungry girl, sorry. She's been here for what? Hundreds, thousands of years? Yeah, she's starving. Ryza actually has cutscene skip now. Hopefully they keep cutscene skip for Ryza too, and just keep it as a thing for Atelier games going forward, because cutscenes just add so much time to these runs. Alright, now I'm back here. Have to try to destroy the other door now. This one's a bit sturdier though. So when one bomb doesn't work, obviously you add more. And it's still not good enough. Sorry, Lulua, you tried your best. And that's all the story stuff for this chapter, but the chapter is actually not over yet. Basically, for the end of this chapter, they're like, okay, we're gonna force you to do some battles and do some synthesis just to make sure you're keeping on top of progression. So the game has you do 10 crafts at the cauldron and 10 battles. So it's pretty bland, it takes a little while, but can get through it pretty efficiently. And there's some stuff I need to make for later anyways, so I take the opportunity to just sort of do that right now. Including making some curry. Very exciting, I know. I'm also going to equip these barrel bombs. I will be needing those. Actually, yeah. And I'll put the migraine syrup here. I'll equip these crafts as well because I need to use them. And we'll go with one ice bomb too. Alright, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to battle these bats 5 times. And the reason I'm throwing crafts at them over a better bomb is because I have to use crafts a bunch of times for later in the game. That's probably enough throws at this point. But one of the alchemy riddle tasks is use a craft like 25 times or something. I haven't taken any damage yet. And this last battle is 3 bats, which is kind of annoying. But it's fine. Alright, 5 battles left for the chapter. That chest right there is also very important, because the item I get from it is used later in the game to make the warp gate, which saves a lot of time, lets you fast travel anywhere. Yeah, this is live, and I'm looking at chat a bit. Alright. Here I need to fight a Penny. I'm just gonna guard because it's resistant to physical attacks. So using physical attacks actually doesn't give me any benefit. So guarding is quicker. I just wait for my interrupts to charge and burst it down with barrel bombs. Yeah, thanks for the good luck. 2 weeks from now, I'm a time traveler. I didn't know that. Thanks for letting me know. Alright, and one more enemy to fight in this cave. If I can get up the stairs. It's this bat. Oh gosh, 3 of them. Alright. Just realized I need to do this as well. Alright, good. Hopefully I can keep them more or less stun locked, because it makes the fight a lot easier. Alright, very nice. Pretty smooth fight. I don't think the bats got to attack once, which is not normal. And while I'm here, I know I need Dizzy Cap Spores, so, and a bit of Ica, so I'm just going to gather them while I'm in the area. if they'll drop. There's some Ica. I hope that's how it's supposed to be pronounced. I don't actually know. I assume that's how it's pronounced in Japanese, but it is a German word. And I am not getting the spores I need. There's one. Try grabbing this. Alright. That's probably fine. Alright, just 2 more battles for the chapter. Alright, gonna rest until morning. I'll be doing that a lot. Because a lot of enemies have stuff that's based on daytime. It also heals my party, so it's pretty useful. It's looking like I used a few too many healing salves. I'll have to go ahead and make some more. Shouldn't take that much time as long as I have the materials. Alright, just 1 battle left. I'm gonna go ahead and rest again, just for the heal. Let's see, I fished 11 times, so I still need 4 more. Hopefully this pool gives me 4 casts. Alright, 2. Darn, I only got 3. So I'm gonna need to come back into the zone and do the final one. And I missed. Now we fight the super spooky gold Puni. Honestly, this game is always really funny. It's always really funny to me because there's this whole arc in chapter 2 about like conversing with Puni and becoming friends with them. And then you just like forget all about it and continue to slaughter Puni for the rest of the game. They really learned a lot from their experiences. Whoops. It doesn't really matter. And there goes the gold penny. Alright, I just need to come back to this area one more time and do one last little fishing trip. I feel like it's Mimi. They're in the middle of a lover's quarrel. Oh, frame drops. Alright, as long as it's fine. I hope it's not my fault. Alright, nice. Chapter 3 complete. Now I just need to do a little bit more alchemy. Which is probably making supplements. I think I need to make 4 more things. Alright, hopefully that's good. Nope, one more. Alright, I wanted to make more healing salves. How could I forget? Can use the medicine base. That and that. Alright, it's the end of chapter 4. Alright, nice. Now I get access to a feature called Auto Restock, which means every time I come back to the Atelier, my items will automatically refill their uses in return for money. It's really useful. It means I don't have to remake things anymore from now on. I'm also going to go ahead and make a new mining bomb. Oh, not yet. Alright, some fuel dirt, some sibstone, some blockistons. The shop is very useful. Now I can make the mining bomb. Yeah. Just gonna head here and do some gathering. Hopefully this bat doesn't hit me. Darn. I really thought it wouldn't see me. Alright, here's Nico. He's our pirate boy. Although we don't really get introduced to him yet. We just sort of see him. Because of course Lulua runs into him like she runs into everyone. It's kind of just how she meets people. Alright, requests. Nice, final push. It's a lot of money. Okay, this is fine. Do the games share any story? Generally the games are made in trilogies, and outside of the trilogies they're all separate. Ow. Oh, this might actually be bad. Alright, good. Close fight, actually. It was not going well. Bad RNG at the start with the turn order. But it's alright as long as I get everyone healed up. These rabbits are really weak to the barrel bomb, so they do die pretty quickly. Once I'm able to actually start getting damage on them. Yeah, Rise is the start of a new trilogy, supposedly. We can't know for sure, if they're actually going to do a trilogy with it, but it's expected. Alright, gonna equip those healing salves I made earlier. I'll just equip another nectar for safety as well. I usually wouldn't do this. But this will be fine. Alright, here's another ancient ruin. This one looks a lot different than the previous one. I believe the Modus ruins. I don't remember which Galaxin it is. I believe these ruins were for... No, I don't remember enough about the lore. Darn it. They might have been the weather controlling ones, but there's also the domains for that, so I'm not remembering. Oh gosh. Thought I was going to be able to slip through the bats. I failed. Monachemia games are Atelier games, though. Like, they are their own separate universe, but every Atelier series is its own separate universe. Just gonna walk up this tree, avoid all the enemies. It's actually pretty tight and narrow along here, so it's really easy to run into things if you're not careful. And especially this little fairy thing right here. This is a boss enemy. If you run into that, it's game over. Well, you'll die. It's not a game over because there are no game overs, but you will lose the fight. So now our current task is to get rid of the spooky birds here up in the sky. Lulua is just gonna make a cannon and shoot them down. You know, every problem can be solved with explosives. You would not be a real alchemy girl otherwise. Alright, I managed to hit one of my gathering quotas. Explosions are good. Of course, Dia's hungry. Alright. And what am I doing here? I am making a basket with all that hay I made earlier. And I basically need to get to Alchemy level 20 here. So it's a little bit of grinding. Actually, I'll just make 6 baskets. I think that's enough. No, I should make 9. Yeah, it's enough XP. Is there any consensus on what game is the best for someone new to the series? The short answer to that question? No. Everyone has a different opinion. Wildly different opinions, even. But my personal recommendation is just the most recent game, Ryza. All right, we got our cannon. Time to go shoot down those birds. And Nico has joined the party. Alright. I'll just throw a safety save in right here. This game is generally pretty stable, but it would suck if it crashed. So I'll just be saving every once in a while. I have had it crash before, but it's not common. Boom. Of course, we just knocked them out of the sky. Now we have to actually fight them. I'm not using the cannon for that. Alright, we have to heal Lulua. She did quite a bit of damage early. Heal Ficus. Yeah, I can do this. Alright, very nice stuns there. Shuffle here. And I can stun this bird too. I hit and he sleeps. I did not. For the most part, Lulua doesn't do much except support, so I guard with her very often. And guarding really helps out, smooth out the incoming damage. So I'm running Ryza on Legendary on a Sunday as well. It's my other game in this marathon. You would be surprised how much of the game you can just press a button and murder everything. Oh god, Ficus died. I think I have Nectars. That was pretty unlucky. Alright. I hope it doesn't hit Lulua here. Darn it, AoE. Yeah, this fight can be rough sometimes. It's almost over. But you really do take a lot of damage from these. Especially when they just spam their area attack. Yeah, like that. The area attack is the worst part. Let's see. I think I can just stun like this, and that'll help a lot. Alright, good. So this should kill at least one of them. Yeah. And these two are actually at pretty high HP. Thankfully, I'm like back up to full HP. Well, it's only two of them. There's like no danger of dying anymore. Alright, and this should more or less end it. The fights on this difficulty are pretty long. Everything just has so much health. Especially compared to the amount of damage you're able to do. It does get better later though, surprisingly. You get more options and you can choose things a bit better. Like, this would still be considered early game, so you don't have access to your broken crafting tools. It's Maruru. She finally joined us. Yeah, I mean, it hasn't been that long since the end of Maruru. I forgot to use my curry enough. I need to use it 2 more times. Alright, buying that there for Alchemy Riddle progress. And I have to go take damage real quick. Alright. And as soon as I finish going through the animations for these tasks, I will have unlocked the best item in the game. For speedrunning, that is. Alright. Chapter complete. Recipe unlocked for Warp Gate. So I'm just gonna go ahead and make that right now. And equip. And it basically just lets me return to the Atelier from anywhere. Omega Craft is good too, but that's later. Although, I actually use Omega Craft quite a bit differently than normal runs of the game would use it. Because most people stack it up to 19 uses or so and have it do a lot of damage. But it doesn't do enough damage. I do use it for something else though. Alright, I'm just gonna fight one of these mushrooms. almost done here. Alright. Good. I need a bit of thunder water from here. So I'm just gonna reset these jars a few times. One more should probably be good. Oh, I forgot to decipher the thing for the forest. That's fine. This forest is one of the most important locations up till now. There are a lot of items that I need to gather here. In fact, I will be here for quite a while. I'll be gathering here either until my basket gets full, or I complete gathering 500 total items. I also need to fight a wolf while I'm here. Oh god. I think I do just want to fight two, actually. These wolves can be pretty dangerous because they do a ton of stun damage, and if they start stun locking you, you probably die. They also have that huge knockback. Thankfully, they don't have as much HP as a lot of the other enemies around this point in the game, so they go down pretty quickly. Vicus might die here if I get unlucky. Alright, good. Oh, he did get stunned though, which is not good. Actually, I might get stun locked here for a little bit. Yeah. Alright. We are out of it. It's really frustrating when that happens. Didn't die though, so it's alright. Yeah, they spam hard. Sometimes if you get like really unlucky, you start a battle with 3 of them and you fail to run away at the start, and you're pretty much guaranteed to just lose. They send you back to the Atelier. So running out of interrupt uses, it just makes your interrupts charge slower. Like significantly slower. How's Rise of Play if you skip the DLC? In my opinion, as someone with 400 hours in the game, who has never purchased DLC, it's not necessary. Oh, heck. I shouldn't have chanced that. Failed to run too. That could be a problem. Lulua got stunned. Yeah, this is gonna lose a lot of time. Unless I can run away here. Alright, good. Still just gathering. Hopefully I hit my gather quota. If not, I'm just gonna need to go to a well. Oh, my basket's full. Alright. Off to Arkless. And because I haven't hit 500 gathers yet, I just have to go out and do it at the well until I get there. There it is. And some of these. No, I don't need them. All right. And here I have a bunch of synthesis to do, just to sort of prepare for what's coming up in the game. Because there are a lot of battles ahead of us. But now that I have a bunch of materials and a lot of Alchemy riddle lined up to complete, I can go through and start making a lot of my good endgame items. Or I should say mid-game items. Right, I probably want... Yeah, that'll work. Where's my potato? Okay. That's actually not good. Was I out of carrots? Yeah, I need to buy a carrot real quick. No, I don't have to buy a carrot. I can just make a better yellow supplement. Can't use the sand. There. That's actually a lot better. Sometimes the trait RNG can like really throw you off of your plan on making these things, so there, that'll work. And I just want to give this TP traits. So TP is transfer point, and you need a lot of TP just to like God, what was I saying? You need a lot of TP to actually add traits to items. So as you get later in the game, you need to start adding TP to just sort of everything. Alright, and I just got the recipe for Dark Water, which is the most amazing support item on the game because it applies a ton of ailments like sleep and venom. Venom does a lot of damage, but it also has death. And death means when an enemy is below 60% HP, they just immediately die. It's pretty good. Oh, did I use the right? Yeah, I did. So I've just gone and made a bunch of these. They'll be very good for just sort of defeating all the enemies that are coming up. I need some max water on this. What am I doing? Getting distracted by my explanation. I can use a boost item here because I actually have an extra dragon's eye. Alright, and I can go ahead and equip these dark waters. And the tonic I just made. Alright, I need it to be nighttime. And so here starts the ghost slaughter. Basically, one of the most annoying parts of this game is that you need to kill 30 ghosts. These ghosts are completely immune to physical damage. I don't know, they're just kind of annoying in general. On the lower difficulties, it's not a problem because you can one-shot with them with normal bombs, but on Charisma, not only do they do a ton of damage, it's very hard to make an item that actually, like, kills them efficiently. So I use the Dark Water just to do a ton of damage over time effects on them. And that takes care of them a lot faster. Than normal items would. But yeah, having to take out 30 of them takes forever. I do part of the work here, because I need to do 10 battles anyways to finish the chapter. And the other half is done in chapter 6. I'm just gonna heal everyone up. We are indeed at the fun part of the run. Oh. Alright, it's 2 battles down. Out of a total of like 15. So. They do get faster later though. Ouch. And yeah, they do a lot of damage. Alright. One more ghost fight for now. Just gonna heal everyone up. Alright, Piana's probably dead here. Yeah. As expected. Alright, and because of the damage over time, I can just sort of guard until their HP goes down. Since I'm not in a great spot right now. Good. Just blow this up. And rest the day till morning. So I also need to fight a bird here. The birds are a lot nicer than the ghosts. I can actually use death on them. They're not immune to it, which is pretty neat. And death is at 60% of HP, so I only need to do 40% of their health as damage. Oh, it's 20 HP off. There. And it's gone. Disappeared. Alright. Back to Arkless. 3 ice bats, that's fine. I'd prefer if it was only 2, but I'm not going to bother running away against them. Yep, I'm on PC. This game's also on PS4 and Switch. I am in trouble. I need to try and run, actually, I think. This might be fine. Yeah. Alright. How many of them are almost dead? That one's not. This one is. Oh. I wonder if I can actually win here. I made a lot of mistakes on this fight. No, I can't. Alright. I need to run. Whoops. That happens sometimes when you get 3 of them, because they do a lot of damage. 3 again. This is not the fight I would be expecting to have trouble with. I guess it makes up for the good fights I had earlier. That's fine, I guess. There, now it's 2. I'm guaranteed to not lose this time. Alright, much better. And just one more battle for this chapter. Needs to be nighttime. And I kind of just guard spam on this fight because it's higher DPS to just let it take venom damage than actually try and kill it with attacks. So, except for Ficus's ice attacks, they do quite a bit of damage to it. Yeah, this should be the last hit. Or not. And back to the Atelier in Arland. I'm just gonna make one more item here and then done with the chapter. Oh my god. What am I doing? Okay. Yeah. That one. On to chapter 6. This is honestly the worst chapter in the game. And it's because I once again have to begin massacring ghosts. I have 22 more to kill. Nice. Good money. The worst chapter in the entire series? It might be. But hey, at least we get to finally meet Verona. It's like the only thing saving this chapter. I love Verona. You kill a bunch of ghosts, and then the game's like, you didn't kill enough ghosts. Do it again. And that's the whole chapter. It's literally the entire chapter. I think on normal the ghosts have about 120 HP or so. And on Charisma they have like 700 apiece. And I'll be more or less doing some synthesis for a while to prepare for it. Let's see, polish powder. Where is my sunny crystal? Do I have any TP traits in here? Just gonna look through real quick. I should have checked these as well. And the water. Alright, that'll work. Alright, I need to go buy tar fruit. Because somehow I didn't get enough earlier. Need a little bit more wheat. That, and some of these. Alright. Now is the awkward part of the synthesis here. I really need to look out for traits and stuff, so. Alright, adjust plus. Is that all I have? Yeah. And where's my... There it is. Alright, I need to check my container for traits. So I need condense and adjust. So condense is on plant. That's fine. Condense plus is on ores. And where's adjust? Gemstones mystery. This is gonna be awkward, actually, because normally I get these traits on better items to transfer. I don't actually know what to do with these items. I might just have to do this the long way, because I don't think I can transfer the traits I have, unfortunately. Which is pretty awkward. God, yeah, this is a problem. I'm trying to decide while I'm just doing this other stuff if I want to go gather some more or if I just want to deal with it. Yeah, I'm gonna go gather some more and look for traits. That's some pretty dreadful RNG though. Alright, I got one of them. And just one more thing here, and I should be able to go back to synthesis. Alright, so now I have, let's see, Condense plus, oh, Condense was the one I needed. Heck, I thought it was plus. Alright, so I need normal condense and normal adjust. As long as it's on any plant, it's fine. It shouldn't take too long to find one of them. And I only need one of them. I don't need both. And just plus again. I'm gonna do one more run through of this place, and if I don't get it, I'm just gonna go without it. Because getting the trait isn't necessary, but It does make life a lot easier. Alright, not there. I have one more thing to try. Which is fine, because I probably need paper anyways. So coming here is okay. Not here. All right. Also not here. Okay. Then I guess I'll just live with it. Alright, I need to make a better purple supplement. God, I'm out of it because of that. I should be back on track now, though. Oh, is that really not good enough? It means I need to switch the magic paint for something. That should work. And do I have enough? Let's see. 33. I'm 1 TP short. Do I have TP anywhere in here? Because my traits are off, that my TP is a bit short. I think I can get away with it. I will just use condense and adjust and that. Oh yeah, this will be fine. Oh wait, I don't have enough TP again. That's alright. I'll be making healing bells. Alright. Hopefully I'm back on track now. That trade RNG was just pretty brutal. And time for ghost busting. Alright, so what I want to do here is make sure that they're both asleep. Because when they're asleep, they take double damage. Hopefully this is enough. It might be a bit short. Yeah, it's short. Figured this might happen. So these battles are going to end up taking a bit longer than they normally would. Also, the reason I'm running, I need to fight them 2 at a time. It's just generally faster, but sometimes you get like streaks where you only get 1 for a very long time. It feels bad. Especially when they hit you with the curse that makes it so you can't flee. I'll probably just kill this one. And note that I have to kill 1 more later. Darn. There we go. Did not apply any sleep ailment to either of them, actually. That's pretty interesting. There we go. Miss. The ghosts inflict blind, so it's not uncommon to miss. Alright, good, I got 2 of them again. Hopefully this is enough damage. Not quite. Yeah, my swords are quite a bit weaker than they should be. It's a shame. I'll still make it through. It just requires spending quite a bit of extra time on these fights. This one... Alright, it should be the last fight for this round of ghosts. Thankfully. And we try to exercise them, but they're not going away. We don't know why. So retreating back to the Atelier to devise a plan for that. Alright, now we have the charm. We can send them properly to the afterlife, so we're back. And I'll be doing 7 more fights. That's a lot. So far, so good. Let's finish it. Probably not. Oh nice, just barely. Alright, just a couple more left. Almost done here, I swear. Feels like it takes forever though. Oh. Alright, that should be fine. Guess I have to heal everyone up. Alright, just 2 more left. Oh nice, I got a crit. Makes this a lot faster. The ghosts are finally disappearing. I never want to see another ghost again in my life. Oh right. You thought it was over, but no. Now you have to go kill the boss ghost. Alright. I need to reset this fight until I get a battle that has both bats and mushrooms in it. If I can run. Sometimes this game is pretty rude about letting you run away from fights. There. Alright. Normally I wouldn't have to do this, but I'm just gonna head back to base and refill on healing supplies. I'll be right back to go fight the boss. Thankfully it doesn't take that much extra time. I do need to fight one more ghost. Easy. Alright, just 2 more battles left for this chapter. And then I can start getting into the really fun part of the game. Alright, first off, fighting this bear. Normally this fight would be pretty hard as it has like 7,000 health, right? But and it hits pretty significantly high. Like, it is not an easy fight. But because I have death on my Dark Water, and it's actually not immune to death, even though it's like a mini boss enemy. So I'll be taking advantage of that, and I only have to do about 40% of its HP. Which means what would normally be a pretty long fight actually goes by fairly quickly. And it's over. And that fight's actually super important because it unlocks the recipe for the shoes that make me move faster. So I'll be able to make those in a little bit. And here's the boss for the chapter. I may have made a slight mistake here. Alright, good. And thus ends the worst chapter of any game in the entire series. It's really not that bad, it's just pretty tedious having to slay ghosts for that long. Thankfully, there's nothing that tedious for the rest of the game, so... In fact, everything from here on out's pretty fun. And also Verona decides to join our party. Alright, chapter 7. Alright, gonna check requests. I can't do that one. That one's fine. Also gonna grab this book. I need a bit more field dirt. Right, I have to fight this rabbit. Good, I only got 2. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Yeah. Alright, good thing the other one didn't do corner missile. I can switch Piana. 2790. Okay. You really do just sort of have to live on the edge in a lot of these battles, because not really any time to make good defensive gear. You just sort of burn through them with pure offense. I just went the wrong way. I'm just gonna walk straight up to that dragon and get some bugs out from under its face. Thankfully, it doesn't notice us. And I have quite a bit of crafting to do here. This is all just like a bunch of stuff to sort of make to finish alchemy riddle tasks, so it's just kind of random things, but I swear it's making progress. And for the most part, I just like don't really need to worry too much about what goes in them, which is pretty nice. There's the recipe for my shoes. Those are going to let me run much faster. And I can also just go ahead and finish most of the rest of this chapter's riddle right here. So here's the Omega Craft recipe. This is a super useful bomb. I will be using it to great effect shortly to kind of cheese a lot of the fights for this like next couple chapters. It doesn't work on the endgame bosses, so like end of chapter 9, but for like the end of this chapter and all of chapter 8, it's very useful. Alright, making my shoes. And because I'm lucky enough to have a dragon's eye from earlier, I won't have to remake them later, which is really nice. Another book to buy. And I'm gonna stop and get some materials from out here. These materials will help me grind alchemy level later, because you do need to be 42 or so by the end of the game, so there's a section where I just sort of make things for the sole purpose of XP, and it requires a lot of materials, so I do have to purchase some from the shops to sort of like supplement my basket. And at this point, we're just sort of like, Lulua has come to the conclusion that she really needs to figure out how to actually get into Felsgalaxin once and for all, so now that she's a better alchemist, we're gonna do that. Because our friend here, Stia, is sick, and we're looking for a cure. Oh, did I mess this up? Yeah, I did. I wasn't thinking. Let me go ahead and remake that. That's fine. It's a bit of XP. Can use that. There we go. Alright, make a comment. Oh. Silly me. Magic paint. Just get TP traits on there. Looks like I only have one. And now I have to make a bunch of different bombs, but they all have to be quality 100. Which is kind of painful in a few ways. Oh, what am I doing? I have to remake that one. I didn't use the spice. Whoops. I have to make more alchemy activators, don't I? I had to make more anyways. Wait, what happened? I used the spice, didn't I? I used the wrong one. So out of it. This one. I have to gather more materials because of that. Thanks for the good luck. Alright, that should be fine. I can't believe I used the wrong items though. There. Quality 100. Okay. Lightning bomb should be a bit better. And the last one is the mining bomb. Oh, will this work? Alright, that'll work. Alright, now I can decipher 7-1. Yeah, Atelier games are pretty relaxing. Whoops. I am out of money. I should check if there are any requests. Money gets pretty tight at this point in the game, especially if you had bad luck on requests earlier like I did, so... Yeah, this is fine. Alright, that's really helpful. That was a good number of requests. How many uses short was I on this? I hope that's enough. It's not. Oh. My restock got suspended. Whoops. I ran out of money, so I need to re-enable restock. There we go. All right. Finish that task. Yeah, some of the PS4 games have pretty crazy difficulty levels, because before then they didn't really have higher difficulties. It was like 1 difficulty per game. So like charisma difficulty on the Lulua that I'm playing now is very tough in my opinion. And I think they mostly started that trend with Shally, so near the end of the PS3 era for Atelier. I love these animations. They take up so much time. There's so many of them throughout the game. Oh, I need my alchemy level up 1 more. Alright, I can do that real quick. That is not the item I wanted to make. It was this one. Alright. Super mining bomb acquired. Should be all I need from there. And I'll have to finish the story for the rest of the chapter. This chapter is quite a bit shorter than the last few. And Stark has joined our party. He will come in handy later. Not quite yet, but he will. Alright, I need at least 2 magma stones here. There's 1. Did not get the other one. I need to hit these purple crystals. You always get hit by these Puni here. It's pretty tragic. There's not really any way to avoid them. You just have to hope that you can escape on the first try. Still need another magma stone. Alright, good. I need 2 mandrake elixirs here. Nice. Easy. Grab this Azure Wing real quick. Yeah, the games can be pretty expensive, but Sophie regularly goes down to about $20 on Steam. So if you want to get into it, Sophie is a really good place. Like, if you want to get into the games but you don't have the money. Alright, I need a ton of black runestone. I should have about enough now. I'll regret saying that later, probably. Avoid those rabbits. Avoid these rabbits. And this is the part of the game where I fight a giant bird. Lulua is very brave, I'll say that. Alright. Just gonna sort of bonk him with my staff. Oh, don't even get to do that. Protagonist dead. Game over. Have I speedrun Ferris? I have, in fact. Ferris is one of the ones I've speedrun. Alright. I forgot where I'm going. I believe back to Arland. I need money. God, I need money so bad. And this is where I make Omega Craft. I am silly. I just used my craft. This is fine. I needed the money more. So here I have to max the earth effect and the fire effect, which I can do just like this. And then I have to use Mandrake Elixir for the awakened effect, because it gives inflict sleep, which is very useful. And this is fine. Should be all I need, right? just want to make sure. Yeah. And the other bomb I make here to sort of like cheese the game with is the rocket ice bomb. So I think I used this one. Distilled water. Oh right, I need my nectars. The nectars are equipped right now. Did I not? What did I do wrong here? There we go. And I'll just make a few more items for alchemy levels. Not the tar fruit, what am I thinking? It ate my input. I was gonna use the boost item and it ate my input. Whoops. Yeah, that's fine. And sorry, I'll catch up on chat in a second. Synthesis generally requires quite a bit of focus. Alright, this item I'm making right here is actually pretty important. Oh, am I out of sulfites? Right, I want to use Blazing Thunder. Yeah, there we go. Center of Attention L. So this item will be good for my strat later, but it basically makes a party member more likely to be targeted by attacks. Alright, I need to make a crystal ball. Oh, I need to find more magic paint real quick. I only need that many. Yeah, I don't have enough TP on here. It's probably fine. I can recover it later. Alright, so I need to make scale cloth. Where's my black ore? And I need to get to level 31 here. You get more XP for making things you haven't made before, so... Generally what I do. But my materials are actually in a pretty bad state. I don't have materials for anything right now. Alright. That should work. Alright, end of chapter 7. Yeah, that's probably one of the things I dislike about Lulua the most, Racer. And it's more than just the quality caps. There's a lot of things with awakened effects that you only really notice when you get really into them. But there's actually a lot of things that Gus purposely sort of left you not able to do early in the game. So you're kind of arbitrarily limited in a lot of places. And I think it's less fun. I think if you figure out the puzzle, you should be able to be very powerful at any point of the game. But that's just my preference. I still love this game to death, though. Even with all the flaws, which Atelier games are full of flaws in general. Alright, so this part of the game is really funny. I mentioned earlier how Toturi grew up to become a bully, right? And this is basically where she just starts hazing Lulua. Alright, am I gonna get the glitch? Nope. Darn. There's a really funny glitch in this oh, I did get it. Yeah. So I don't know why, but half the time this cutscene glitches out and Lulua is just hanging down underneath the floor. I'm glad it happened. I think it's because I warp gate to the Atelier. I don't think it would happen otherwise, but it's a really fun little bug. Anyways, Toturi has sent Lulua on a task to make a guardian liquor, which is something that she kind of had to do in her own game, and we're going to have a little run-in with the guardian. Basically, Toturi's a bully. Alright, I'm gonna use a tonic here. I need to get some green bamboo that's higher quality than 50 for Alchemy Riddle. Sometimes this takes a few resets of this zone. And I just got lucky. I got it on my first try, so very nice. Happy with that. And I'm also here to go through and collect forest dew. Oh, darn. Alright, and this is the part of the game where I start doing my alchemy grinding. So that'll be very fun. Hopefully I can get enough materials and enough money. Alright, that helps. That helps. Hopefully the shop is restocked. Should have. I need to make that Ashes a failure on purpose. And same with this pollutant here. Right, this one. I actually can't make that much, but I can make a bunch of red supplements. Ah. So I do need a lot of supplements here. Can't do that one. Okay, I guess I will just do yellow for now. Alright, and I'm gonna mute my microphone for this because the smashing's very loud. Oh, I did not unmute my microphone. I thought I did. I must have pressed the wrong button. Alright, so that does it for the alchemy grinding section. It's a lot of items to make, but because of the materials, you can just sort of mash through it really fast and get a pretty significant amount of XP pretty quickly. Alright, to make a pseudo-san. Also, I totally didn't forget to mute my mic or something, did I? Oh god, I totally forgot to mute my mic, didn't I? Or I must have hit the wrong button. I want to make the philosopher's pie. Where is it? There it is. Oh, did I accidentally unmute it? Whoops. Well, that's fine. My bad. I hope it wasn't too loud. Because it is a lot of mashing. Unfortunately, we don't get to make philosopher curry in this run. Alright, now for the Guardian. Just close your eyes for the scene. Alright, it's over. It's actually nowhere near as bad as the one in Tottori. Alright. I really, really, really need money. And there's no money here. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to do a few resets for requests to get money. I hope it doesn't throw off my calendar. Is that enough? I need to buy a lot of stuff. I need to buy 3 of these, and I need 600 for ice bombs. So hopefully one more reset gets me enough money. And after this, I'll never have money problems again. And actually, I'm getting kind of tight on time. So I'll probably try sleeping for a week from now on. Oh, does it need to be longer than a week? It's not good. I might just have to sell things. My clock is too close to December. And I can't let it get there. Alright, and this is the part where I start kind of cheesing the game for a little bit. It's very fun. Just put these here. Verona in the party. And turn in the Guardian Liquor to Toturi. Oh wait, I didn't make my magic chain. I'll do that after this. I don't actually know the specific dates the requests renew, because usually I'm not that unlucky with them that I need to reset them for money. See, where were you? There it is. Alright, one more chain of karma. This time it needs to, oh, that one breaks it. There you go. You have magic resistance. And just go ahead and equip all of these. And now I more or less cheese the game by locking enemies into the sleep ailment, so they never get to attack. This will work all the way up until the boss of Chapter 9, where I need to make an actual set. Right, I need to fight both of the dragons here. Alright, sleep applied. Now I just lower its magic resistance. And I guard until my interrupts come up. And it doesn't get to attack. My ice bombs on the interrupt also apply sleep. So it just stays in sleep forever. And I can guard until the interrupts come back up. Because normally when something is asleep, it takes double damage on the next hit, but that also wakes it up. So normally you wouldn't be able to sleep lock something like this, but it just so happens when you're applying it over and over, it ends up working out. And then the Chain of Karma, lowering magic resistance, just makes everything a lot faster because it doubles the damage I deal. So on top of the bonus from sleep, I'm doing basically 4 times damage with my bombs. They're already registered, but since they're on interrupt, they'll never run out. Alright, hopefully I get a dragon eye here. I did not. Wait, did I get one from the other dragon? I wasn't really paying attention. I didn't. Alright, I'm gonna need to farm those dragons again. And so... Alright. So the reason I made Omega Crafts as well as the ice bombs is because there's a lot of enemies that actually resist ice. So I just switch between the two pretty regularly. So I can... Oh my gosh, the birds. So like I need to fight these rabbits. And because they resist ice, I just switched. Actually, they're completely immune to ice damage. I just switched to the crafts. Because otherwise I wouldn't be able to kill them. Also, the rabbits are immune to sleep, so this fight can be a little bit sketchy. Ooh, that's not good. I'll have to run here and try again. This is probably the hardest fight at this point of the game, just because they can't be put to sleep. Oh, I can't run away. Alright, I'm just gonna have to die here. That's pretty unfortunate. That loses a lot of time. Maybe I just try resetting for 2 instead of fighting 3. Because that should be a bit more consistent. If it'll ever happen. Ouch. Yeah. This is another lost cause. Unlucky fights. I'll just do it this way. Hopefully, darn, I didn't get a reset on Lulua's. I don't know why this is feeling so much harder than usual. I usually don't have problems here. There we go. I finally got a fight with only 2. I was starting to doubt that it could actually happen for some reason. Even though it most certainly can happen. Alright. Then I'll put my ice bombs back. And I'm gonna have to go fight this dragon here, since I didn't get a dragon eye from the other two. It's required for Alchemy Riddle. Yeah, and the really OP stuff is yet to come. Hopefully I don't have to reset this dragon too much for the rare drop. I can't make it past this fish. And it's not letting me run. And it's slow to run. That is exactly what they are. Snowmen with little rocket boosters. It's a rocket ice bomb. Okay, this is crazy. There. I finally made it past the fish. I've never really seen it block a pathway like that. Alright, rare drop, please. Darn it. Hopefully this doesn't take too many more attempts. Because this is required, I can't beat the game without it. And there's nowhere else to farm it. Usually the drop rate is not quite this bad though. If I don't get it here, I'll just come back in a little bit. You know, reset my RNG. Superstition. There you go. All right. Now I can make my Gathering Gloves and Fate Talisman. if I had the materials. What did I do for these again? Why don't I remember? Do I not have the right boost thing? That might be the problem. God, this is weird. Alright, I'm just gonna go with M, because I don't want to waste too much time on this and I don't remember what I'm supposed to do when I'm in this situation. Need a bit of paper. Alright, and this item greatly increases the amount of money I get from battles. So after making this item, I never have money problems again. Most likely. Alright, there's the cutscene I need. Now I'm off to fight another dragon. This time it's for story. Like a chest. Uh oh. The chest was a trap. This dragon fight is actually a little more difficult sometimes than some of the other ones. Yeah, because you can't ambush it, so it goes first. Yep. I don't have any nectars left, so that's fine. It just means the fight will take longer. But yeah, sometimes you can get unlucky and it kills someone right away. Okay, I hit the sleep. This should be fine. The fight will just take a little bit longer. Unless this rocket bomb wakes it up, but it didn't. Hopefully that didn't wake it up. Alright, good. Sometimes it can when you're like, when one person is dead, you don't have all three of them. Sometimes they wake up. Alright, good. It's unfortunate that it had to take so long, but what can you do? Alright, all I have to do now is make an ice cascade bomb, and that'll be the end of chapter 8. And I ran out of black ore. Why do I do this to myself? Getting close to the end now. There's technically 3 chapters left, but the last 2 are very, very short. Like, chapter 9 is the longest chapter I have left. Alright, we're back here. Finally opening this door. Lulua is finally a good enough alchemist to just make a key instead of blowing away all her problems with bombs. Alright, just running through these ruins. Not exploring them at all. It turns out, oh no, there's another door. So I need yet another key. Stuck here for now. Alright. Here I want to switch my bombs, so... do that real quick. Ugh. This is not a fight I want to take. 2 pennies, 2 rabbits. It's no good. And again. It's way too many enemies. Alright, you know what? This should help. Yeah, that's better. Put them all to sleep. Lower their resistance. And just end them. Alright, and the fish as well. Would be nicer if I knew how to press my staff button. And again, lower resistance. Oh. Alchemy spam actually falls off a lot in a moment. Basically around the end of this chapter, and it doesn't get good again until post-game. Aisha's pretty skill focused, Shally's pretty skill focused, Sophie's pretty skill focused. So that's not really true. And yeah, skills can carry pretty hard in Lulua, even though items are technically better. It kind of switches around depending on what part of the game you're at. Alright, hopefully the bears here are nice to me. The zone is a lot of like pretty narrow hallways, as you can see, so sometimes the enemies can really get you. Alright, looks like I got past that one. Not that one. That's not good. Ouch. Alright, good. I managed to run. Uh-oh. Why are you standing there? Alright, it moved. That was pretty scary, actually. I'm just doing a lot of gathering here. This is where I get all of my materials for my endgame crafting for the most part. Alright, I need you to come down. Let's get it put to sleep. That one missed. That one missed. Alright. This enemy takes a while. I have to fight it, but it's immune to death because it's like a mini boss, so it has 15,000 HP. It's quite a lot for this point in the game. I'm also missing an ice bomb due to how long it took to put it to sleep, so I'm thinking about going back to base and refilling my items, which is fine because I need to gather here more anyways, so it's not a big deal to go back. Alright, that one's down. Alright, need to remember to switch my bombs around. Hopefully I don't get unlucky at the start of this fight. I don't have any revive items, so it's possible for the bears here to wipe my party. We'll see how that... Okay, that's a lucky turn order. Flame Tempest. Nice, no one died. Sleep. And sleep. Good. I know, right? I still think that curry line is one of the funniest lines in the game. Alright, good. And I'm just going to be running through here a few more times. I need a lot of materials just to guarantee I get my traits for my endgame crafting. And I'll just do one more set of gathering here. I'm not going to check the traits in my basket. If I do end up missing some, I will just come back and accept the time loss. Usually running through here 4 times is more than enough though to get all the traits that can spawn, so all the traits that I need. And it's faster to just run through extra times than it is to actually check for everything in my container, so it works out. Spooky Knight's Domain. Was this place in all of the original Arland games? I don't actually remember. I know it was in Tottery. That's the only one I've played recently. But it's a nice little throwback. Stein Hill was definitely in Tottery. And it's fully intact here with all of the annoying platforming. These games are not made for jumping. And I am usually not so bad at this. Almost done with all of the alchemy riddle that I need to do. What TP traits do I have? Alright, good, I do have extension. Can I get all of them on here? And actually, I don't even need extension. I can go maximization here. Easy. Alright, polish powder. I need to switch my bombs around again. Alright, do have a bit of gathering to do here. Oh, that was close. Alright, this will be one of the last fights where I make use of the sleep strat. There's this one, and then 2 more after it. Then I'll be done with the sleep strat. It's very useful, but it doesn't work against actual bosses. Hopefully they actually get put to sleep here. Otherwise I will be in trouble. That one's not asleep. That's a problem. I'll have to use this early. I'm currently in chapter 9. Alright, they should all be asleep now, thankfully. And these demons have about 15,000 HP each, but the Omega Crafts are AoE, so it doesn't take too long. And there's one left. Very nice. Alright, Ultra Penny. So this fight's kind of funny because it takes a while. They only have 8,000 HP, but they have huge resistance against all types of damage. So they actually effectively have more HP than the demons I just fought. But they're not immune to death like the demons I just fought, so I don't need to do that much damage to them. I messed that up. That's fine. Alright, almost there. And this will be the last fight I use my bombs on. Alright, nice. I just need to gather here a bit more. I need one more Azure Wing. Good. Medicine base. Alright, don't need that. I don't need that. Alright, and this is where I start working on my endgame set. It's like 20 to 25 minutes of just straight alchemy. And what's going to happen is I'm basically making gear for Oral and Stark. And they're going to carry hard for the rest of the game. So I've been using items for a while, and now we're just going back to skills. It's going to be a good time. And the rest of the game is more or less a boss rush. There haven't really been any like true bosses up to this point. Like there are chapter bosses, but they're kind of like a bit weaker than what you would think for a boss. But now I'm fighting actual, like, real bosses, so. No cheese, just damage. Well, there's a little bit of cheese. Alright, hopefully I can do this. I need to purchase crystal balls. I need to make more crystal balls, which means I need crystal pieces. Whoops. Sorry, this is fine. I want wisp stone. Alright. One thing that's kind of annoying, and is actually going to lose a lot of time. I'll talk about it after something, because I need to focus. I'm basically just getting a set of gear with like the best stats I can possibly do. Ooh, I'll have to check here. Attack and speed mega charge, that will work. And the crystal ball. Okay. Did I mess up somewhere? That's really weird. Okay, that's fine. Destructive power. Oh gosh, I hope I have beast power. I am missing a trait. That's unfortunate. I have to go out and gather some more. God, that's not fun. Hopefully I get it relatively quickly. Unfortunately for this part, I can't just like do it without the trait. Otherwise, I will lose to the bosses. Unless that's pretty particular. Still nope. Let me check my container real quick, see if there's not something I can do about it. Beast power. It's on a mystery. Yeah, I can fix that. It's gonna be kind of iffy, but at least there's something I can do about it. That's not just grinding and hoping it drops. Alright, hopefully this works. I've never had to do this before. Because I would normally just get the trait. Alright. Yeah, that's fine. I can use that. And where's Himalayan? Marathon luck is the worst, I swear. Alright. Time to register these. That should be everything. Alright. Oh. Silly me. I have to make this first. You and you. Yes. Right. Was it Aura? Yeah. I'm really low on my Mega Charge stats. I can go defense and speed. Then I need speed here. Do I have any? Yeah. Okay. The wrong trait combined. That's unfortunate. Alright, that's good. To make some stair metal. This has never happened before. It's always never happened before. I know, right? Alright, do I have Strength Blessing? Yes, I do. And a TP trait. And maybe Multiply. And now I can start making gear. Thankfully. Alright, and so for these accessories, I'm actually putting a Void KO on them. It's part of my strat, which you'll see very shortly. It works very nicely. And I also need Machine Slayer as a trait. Because most of the last bosses are machine types, so guaranteed crits is always nice. It looks like I somehow forgot Blessed Stone, so I'll gather that real quick. Due to a lot of the bad request RNG that's been going on throughout this game, my clock is actually super weird. I'm supposed to be in October right now, and I'm in April. So I actually need to waste a bunch of time because I need it to be December, which pretty unfortunate. So I'm just gonna go back and forth on the world map for a bit. It's a bit faster than sleeping. And just let the time run down to December. Alright, we're in July. August. Yeah, this always happens. Oh, this particular thing hasn't happened before to me in this game. Alright. November should be good enough. And the reason I need it to be December is because there is a fair in Arland that sells some items that I need. Alright, Azure Wing. I don't need anything else on here. Just TP stuff. Hopefully I have multiply in here somewhere. I have uses +2. That's good enough. I need... Oh, it's not good enough because of the item I had to use for it. That's fine then. I can just use a different item. Actually, am I out of the boost item that I normally use? Is that my problem? I'll buy them at the fair and make this later. This is so tragic. Not that. This one... Wait. Did I use the right tink? There's the right one. Okay. This one I would actually like multiply on. Alright, good. Healing Essence, multiply Strength Blessing. And some Purity. And I will register the bell. Probably over Magic Paint is fine. Alright, December, the fair started. I can buy my items. And it's the middle of the night. Why do I always do this? I need to pay more attention to the clock when I'm sleeping. Alright, I need to buy this spirit necklace. It basically makes one character have no HP. Which, how could that be useful? And I will show in a second. Alright. I just need to buy these because I am out. Hopefully I can actually make the Dragon Elixir now. That would be very nice. I'm actually so confused. I swear I do it this way every time. There, that'll work. Okay. And I'll register that as well, because I need a few of them. Alright, now I can go make the rest of my equipment. Which is a sword for Stirk. Yes. Okay, I did do that right. A sword for Oral, and then armor for both of them. Did I use the right ones? Yeah. I need a skill trait here. And then avoid KO. Alright, now armor. Dragon coat. Alright, and to equip everything. And their stats are just gonna shoot way up. And Rorona actually loses some items, and her HP is gonna go way, way down. And as an interrupt, she gets a healing bell. And Lulua also gets a healing bell. And for now, Piana will get one of my elixirs. And let's change these items. And also my party formation. Stark goes here, Rona goes here, Oral goes there, Lulua and Piana in the back. And I hope I'm not missing anything. Alright, I'm gonna save here. And now we're visiting Orthogalaxin, which is an endgame dungeon in the previous Arland games, but here, it's also an endgame dungeon here, but we're here to find a friend. And by a friend, I mean, someone who wants to murder us. Right. The alchemy for this set is just long and complicated, and missing things is very easy. But I think I got everything. So this is what I consider like the first real boss of the game. I believe she has, I want to say it was 52,000 HP. And my strat here is basically cheese. My gear isn't for tanking, it's for damage. My characters will die. As you can see, oh, I just used the wrong skill. It's fine. As you can see, Verona has 60 HP. I actually want her to get killed. Unfortunately, the enemy is not... Okay. Oh, but Stark's gonna get stunned. That's not good. Yeah. Alright, much better. Please target Verona. Thank you. Alright, so every time Verona dies, Stark cuts in here and gives me 100 to my ultimate gauge in the top right. So the point of this set is to completely fill up my ultimate gauge at 200 points by sacrificing Verona over and over again, and then bursting the bosses down with Oral's ultimate. Because Oral's ultimate does a lot of damage. Unfortunately, I need to keep him fully buffed to do that, and when you get bad RNG on the fights, that can be difficult. Alright, good. Alright, just gonna buff him up here. And hope he lives. I have a lot of avoid KO on my gear, so it's not likely that he dies. Although he can get stunned if I'm unlucky. Alright, this should be fine. A bit of a slow fight, but that's okay. Solid 40,000 damage. Yeah, that RNG is pretty wild. Hopefully the next one goes better. Whoops. All right. Going straight into chapter 10 here. It's hard to say, but yeah, this run has been tragic in a lot of ways. I think I might be like 20 to 25 minutes over estimate, Shulta name. Yeah, no problem. All that's left is for the most part like 3 bosses. But the RNG overall has been abysmal in a lot of ways, and it set me back quite a bit. Yeah, I figured it would be, yeah, because Nazi's in Australia. I don't actually know what the timer is at right now, but yeah, especially in Atelier, right? Like, when you just get bad luck with your ingredients and stuff and have to find like new ways to do your crafts, it can be really tough. 6:46. Then yeah, probably somewhere around 7:20 to 7:25. I think it's about 40 minutes from here. Thanks. I can't wait for Arland, the rest of Arland tomorrow. It's gonna be fun. Oh god, I can't wait to die like 10 times in a row to Dragon and Ryza. Alright, time for our revenge match against Windstone. Ryza 2's UI does look better, but it's hard to say without actually playing it. Alright, revenge match against Windstone. Let's go. Very nice. Verona died right off the bat. Alright, let's hope this actually reduces its resistance. Miss. Darn. This boss has debuff resistance. If I can reduce its physical res right away, it's very strong. Alright, good. They survived. This is a problem though. Alright. Yeah, I'm just gonna use the ult right here, but it probably won't kill. It'll get it pretty low. The boss has 46,000 HP left, but it resists part of the damage. Actually did a lot less than I thought it would. It's fine. I'll just take this fight slow. Alright, good. I can technically lose here if I do something wrong. Alright, good. Oral survived. I actually want Verona alive. Means Oral's gonna die. Yeah. This will be a pretty weak ult, but should be enough to finish him off. Hopefully. Yeah. Unfortunately, I didn't get the right setup to do the one-shot attack, because under the right conditions, Oral can hit this boss for like 90,000 damage. But it takes a very specific setup, which depends on the enemy's attacks and some other things. Alright, that's 2 bosses down, 2 left to go. And I have a little cutscene here. Alright, hopefully... Did I really lose my red sand? I actually don't remember where to gather this. I almost always have enough. Was it here? It was probably when I was, doing my alchemy grinding earlier. I accidentally used up the last of it, even though I meant to be saving it. And I have to register that because I need more later, but... Alright, I'm gonna switch this out for a healing bell and piano. They're all good games, by the way. Also, giant robots in my atelier. Hopefully this fight goes okay. Better than the last two, at least. This boss has, what, 85,000 HP? It's pretty tanky. Nice. Verona died first turn. Very good. Darn. You really do want those to land on Verona. Good. As long as Oral doesn't die. Yep. There's no way. I must have been missing something. Why's my damage so low? Oh, the Draken Elixir fell off. That's fine. All right. Executioner. Hopefully Oral lives. If not, I have to rebuff. Very good. Alright, this one should do more damage. There we go, that's more like it. This boss has pretty high damage resistance, so it's not as good as it was against like Mana, the earlier boss, but it's still a very respectable amount of damage. Injury on Verona, nice. Oh, Stark's out of mana. Alright, almost done here. Oh, they're all out of mana though. Whoops. It's fine. There is one more boss after this. Alright, nice little cutscene here. We saved the town. Everyone's happy. It's not over yet, though. Because really, we didn't kill the right giant robot. Now we have to go kill another one in an alternate timeline. And this one's even stronger. Alright, there's the end of chapter 10. Final chapter. Gosh, these endgame cutscenes are just so long. This game actually doesn't really have that many long cutscenes, and then you get to the end, and they're just like every few minutes. It's alright, it's the climax of the game. It makes sense. The only thing is I wish they had insert songs, because Lulua is actually the game they stopped doing insert songs. Because they had insert songs for all of Dusk and all of Mysterious. And then with Lulua, they really downsized on the OST. That's alright. Still has a good soundtrack. Parallel universes. What is this, Mario 64? Yeah, Ryza has one very short insert song, which is nothing compared to the like 11 to 12 track vocal albums that they had been doing for years. And now we have synthesized items to go to the parallel universe. I know, it was very fast. You probably didn't even see it. And she's gone. You've heard of Lulua. Now meet Blue Lua. Right. All right. Final boss coming up right here. Just have to run through the entire town in the alternate timeline. Parallel universe. Oh, right. I totally forgot. There's actually this giant dragon here blocking the entrance to the final boss. Whoops. Just sneak on right past you. And here is the real giant robot. This one's angrier. Alright. I hope this fight is nice to me. Good, you love to see it. We're on a dying first turn. Very nice. Looks like I do have to wait an extra turn though, because Oral's slow for some reason. I'll do this, and then I'll ult. Just need about 4 more of those. The damage is there, but it's a bit slow. Very nice. Oh, never mind. Stark died. That rarely happens, but sometimes the damage gets through. I don't get any ult if Stark is dead, so it's pretty unfortunate. And Executioner here, I believe. This is its big ultimate attack that just sort of like ends the planet. Wow, Stark died again. That's so sad. Thankfully, after Executioner, I get a lot of setup time. Because the boss gets a huge amount of wait time, so I can get all my buffs out and everything, get set up, start doing more damage. Injury, it's single target. Good, hit Verona. And yeah, Stark is trolling me right now. Like, just live. It's not that hard. It's alright, this will be fine. Verona will die again, and all will be right with the world. Tri-element. Good. Just to make sure I have all my buffs. I don't, actually. Good thing I checked. It's unfortunate I had to waste a turn, but it's better than throwing out an ult that doesn't do any damage. I probably should have done Resting Spirit Stance there, actually, thinking about it. I'll have to double check again to see if I have all my buffs after this one as well. Alright, we're good. Boss is slowly going down. Alright, should be able to get another ult off here unless it doesn't hit Rorana. Good. I believe I do have all my buffs up this time. Isn't Oral so cool? I love this guy. It's carrying hard. Alright, just one more of those. I believe the boss's next ability is Executioner, so that's guaranteed to kill Rorana. We'll see if it kills Dark or not. Good. I'll just do that again. Oh, it died. Very nice. I didn't realize it was so low. Alright, just a few closing cutscenes here. And time will be coming up pretty shortly. No, it's not time yet. I have to choose an ending, skip the credits. And time will be when it asks me to save my clear data, so. Also, fun little trivia. A lot of Atelier games don't have skippable credits. This one does. But for some reason on the Switch version of the game, the credits aren't skippable. So the Switch version is actually worse for speedrunning. It's kind of funny. Alright, time coming up in a few seconds. The CG will fade to black and then I'll ask if I want to save and that'll be time. Time. Alright. I'll save. Anyways, thank you everyone for watching. I hope you had as much fun watching the run as I had running it. Were you able to skip it on Switch? I don't know then. That's just what I heard from another runner. So yeah. What was the final time? Anyways, thanks for the GGs. I will be running Ryza on Sunday as well. I'll be doing that run on Legendary, which is a DLC difficulty for that game, and it's very much not meant for new games, so it'll be a good time. It's a fun game. I like Ryza. And hype for Ryza 2. 724? Nice. Yeah, I hope you all stick around for Nazi's Liddy run next. It's bound to be very good, although I understand it's late in a lot of parts of the US, but Nazi's run is going to be great, so yeah. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you on Sunday.